is time for us to explore caves and build ourselves a little bit of kind of structures on what we can use then to um well use for PCGE to automatically put in there. I put some variants down here already. They're not even close to those images, but it's to explore how do cave openings look? How do the inner caves look like this? And of course we have to pay mind that we have to make it playable. So what does making it playable mean? So making it playable basically means that if we take our character here, we have to have enough distance from the walls to make the player walk around. We cannot just go in there and place stones down and be like, oh yeah, that's just how it is, right? If we make a realistic cave, let's take one example here. Yeah, this lab, for example. What do you think? How if you put a person down here, the player would not be able to navigate that cave easily. They would have a lot of problems because it would be way too occluded, way too occluded. So a thing like that, let me take that wall. That would be like having this small of a passage. We have this small of a passage. Well, cannot do much as a player here, right? So this is like really claustrophobic. And caves normally are claustrophobic. However, imagine having to fight here in this small thing. That's not doable. However, if you are in here, even though that's still claustrophobic to some sense, you are able to, well, have a fight there. And that kind of stuff we have to pay mind and attention to as well. So, actually, me copy those things over here so we have a little bit of a kit that we can work with, because we do have different rock clumps right here that we worked with as a kid. We have more. We will use way more, but I think that one and the other one was just a copy, right? And that one was just a copy, I think. Anyways, we will use this little as a kid. We have much more to work with, but we want to kind of generate a few more iterations. I think this one looks better like that. Not completely metric. There's like really a really flat one. We will have those as well, but kind of want to toward that end. I still think the ceiling should be at least here. Compare it to here. The ceiling around that height. I think it should be somewhat around here for the flat one. Well, if not even higher. So we take our stones here, enlarging them a little, capture that. And since this is a world-aligned texture, we don't have to worry that much about how things intertwine with each other, because it does just do it. It does almost do it seamless. You cannot really tell as much where what is starting and what is ending. Again, still little, but it's much harder than it is with the regular designs. Here, kind of want that one more in. So I want to consider this the place to walk on. And to have that constantly in mind, which means we want to put something down here that includes that. So I think this giant one here. Oh god, I did not want it to open it. I just wanted to drag it down out. This one will be a giant one, as you can see. This includes the entire space, so we scale it down a lot. Right now we're just set dressing. We are making a bunch of iterations of our designs here so that we can then use it to create those caves. Maybe like that. That looks good. And now I just want to put it right here. Now that I see it like that. Enlarging it. Yeah, more like that. That looks better. But I want to move it in here. Maybe not. Okay, no. That doesn't look as good as I wanted it. This could look good. Almost instantly. Just have to scale it down. Put it down here. Rotate it. Maybe rotate it better this way. Then bring it along. Maybe not. Maybe we drag it out like that more. Because smaller passage like this is not a problem as much as when we decide to hide anything here. So yeah, this does look good. I'm happy with that result. And yeah, we design more and more of those. I want to design 5 straight ones at least, and then 3 of each junction. So drag that one out. We drag it out another. 4, and then 5. And I want, now we have like 2 iterations for, well, a small passageway. I want to make like small, medium, and then for big, I will not make a big, I will make left side, right side, front side, back side. Make little pieces like that. So we can actually use a volume to define that. But if you out there do have caves that you would like, hey, yeah, you should make them one of those caves for your game that would look awesome. Then yes, feel free. Send that in the Discord. Because there are crazy caves. So we're here in the spire. But let's say we go in here into the cubic ones. Or even crazier, we go Xing. There are caves like that. There are caves that look like that. And to prove that point, look at those. Those are real caves. They are not man-made. They are completely natural. It's just one of the weird ways stone can grow. And yeah, of course, at one point we will make kind of those caves too. For right now, I focus on spires. Like what we have here, the traditional caves, I would say. Traditional cave systems. It's what I would focus on for right now. We could also utilize those, but those are more, they're kind of, I think they're good for outside, boring for the inside, maybe a little bit dressing, like having a little bit of those rocks inside of there. That's another thing. Once we have made the walls, we need to make the floor as well. But I want to make the walls first. Then think about what we can utilize to make a more nice looking flooring. Maybe I will use some of those. So they have the greenery in on there, and that's probably not good for a cave. Maybe I just utilize those. I have to figure that out for right now. But I kind of want to do a flowering. Maybe I don't want to use a terrain, as that would make it almost impossible to use PCG for that. Because what I basically will do once I have done all those together, I will give them text and then randomize. I will bring them basically all in together, like this, that they overlap. And then I will bring that to the point that we can say they can I can now swap between the left and right elements, so they are randomized, so everything's looking more unique, so adding more randomness to it. That's why I'm going for 5. Put 5 together, give them the randomness of the utilizations, and then randomize it even more. I think I can erase that kid because I think I will just go with whatever I find in that. Scale it down. And here's the good point about the world offset position. See how the texture changes with it. So that gives a lot of randomization as well. And if we utilize those 3 steps together, we will have a lot of randomization for our cave system. Other one. That one a lot down. That looks way more interesting. No, I'm over the line. I kind of want to make sure I mostly am in this square piece. That will be my road. Okay, that's one wall. Are we looking more? That one is really interesting. For a cave. And yeah, we make a few pieces, then we tag them, then we test them out. And this is a cave we probably do not have to care about, that this is extremely sharp here. And maybe we should. We should put this side. Yeah, this side looks more interesting. I'm doing good. How are you? Today we are working on games. Because I wasn't satisfied with our last cave attempt, as that one had a lot of collision problems, and it was not that easy to manually set a collision for those types of caves. So we are facing that problem a little bit different today by give me world space. I want to. Let me do it this way. put those a little bit smaller and then like those. Oh, that might be too much. Does that still look natural? Not really. No, that piece was just a big. That one could work. Even after bringing it down a little. Maybe better from that side. Yeah, maybe like that. And then we take a bunch of those feathers, I would say. One. That one. And then we combine it with this one. Maybe not. That one is a little bit too spiky. Which one is more flat? You are.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
That should do that. Any. Not that long. I mean, not too bad. that one is way too big. And it's good from the top, but how does it look on the inside? Hmm. I think like that looks probably good. We have to test it out though. Oh, wait. We are way too tall. Um, bring those down a little. Maybe like that. And have the ceiling be somewhat the same level, so somewhat like that. One is not working quite. Put it like that then. That one needs to be pulled down a little bit. Well, more like that. Let's make a quick little test. I take that one. Should probably group them. That's straight 3. Where does a rectangular line come from? No, you're not being picked together. Fine, can stick with the landscape. I don't care. Straight 2. Got that one. Okay, and now we bring those two. Let's delete 1. We select those 3. Call it cave. And now we can take this to the test. Basically connect them together. Like that. And then we do the same with here. Inside of here. Now we can make a little test of those 3. Do they work? do we have problems? We do have problems on the ceiling. And we do have problems right here, which we need to take care of. Also, kind of want to distinguish between our sections. So you green would be that color, and you be that color. That way we can see where the problem lies most. I would say I would put things on both sides and hide the problem. That's also a problem. A problem like that, which we fixed here. Only let me put that one more in. Okay, we definitely want to that one bigger. Those two maybe like that. That should be already enough, right? I walk through and the space. Yeah, the space is still okay. Can maybe add some vegetation later on and everything. That does look good. Okay, now we need just more colors here. What do we have? I'm not plain. We need the basic shape material. Air material. Okay, maybe not the air material. That's glowing too strong. And Alias reference. That should be enough different floor colors so we can work with that. Yeah, that does mostly look good. There we do have a problem. That is a problem purely on our purely on that side. So let's bring them out together a little. We basically have to make sure that they are seamlessly going over to each other. Otherwise, we could not utilize whatever comes out of it. That's why we need to take one of the smaller boulders, like that one. I say smaller, but that one is still a quite big chunk. We scale it down first. Don't need it that big. But yet again, it's safe to say it's better that way. 190 degrees. Now, get it more that way. And let's see. Here to there. Pretty much there as a connection piece, but we also have to take care of that one. Because don't really have a problem with when it overflows. But we do have a problem when, and I think here it's safer to do this. But we have to fill that. That one looks interesting. I turn it towards me. A little bit more like that. There. Much better. The rest will be. We have to see about lighting adjustments and stuff like that later on. That one was mostly okay, right? I think it was. We will have to see. We probably have to work on multiple levels. But yeah, we will make those little level actors, little NPCG actors, and create randomizations that way. We're doing a little bit of cave parts. So we're starting with the small ones, with the smaller caves. Just made like 5 squares. So those are the pieces, how big they are. And yeah, we have a bunch of caves right here to look at. To be like, okay, this is where we can take inspiration from. What I will do is having the cave top, so this different from the cave flooring. I will have 5 we'll have 5 different iterations for the floor as well, so that we can then layer them on top, have them as different layers. Yep, this is PureF, by the way. If you don't know that tool, I can highly recommend it. And then I got just a bunch of different images from, well, from Pinterest. And yes, Pinterest is flooded with AI, but you can turn off the AI images. But yeah, I'm not really using Figma. Okay, we are having our little systems here, a little rock actually, why not? Why not making one out of those things? We just ignore the greenery. Make sure that those are not showing. Should do. here. I think we should smaller so they're more cave-like. Maybe like that. Problematic. I have 3 screens here to look at. But basically, we have this screen right here. And then would they work? Would they not work? The small, I have the assumption they would not work as well because of the green pin stuff. And again, if I just take this really quick, duplicate them, it would even be visible. It would not, but we also would have. Yeah, depends on it is depending on what you kind of want to grade. But yeah, normally I do have that too. When I'm working Blender, I have even 3. But then I'm usually also not streaming because I really need that screen space. Like if it would flow like that, probably look better there. But too generic. I have to maybe maybe once I add a few stalactites, it looks better. It looks very generic. Have to watch out for that. But also I already see it at the shadow here. We have to be more like that. To ensure we have those actually align with each other, because we will use PCG in the later end to we'll all give those tags like cave 1, cave 3, cave left, cave, and stuff like that, and then we randomize everything, but first we have to generate everything. So that's what we are working on. I kind of like that one. That one could work. That one could very much work. Be very interesting. That could be very interesting. And this is going somewhere. We just have to look at that we are roughly the same size. Like that. More to the ground. That. Like that. Wait. I do it like. Oh, we will see. That going there? No. Okay, just look like it. Oh wait, I have a green right there. Keep that in mind. And that level has to be hidden. That could be interested in doing it this way, but I think it also would very much work. Put it that way around. Mm, yeah, like that. One is a little bit too much on that side. So kind of flatten that. Can bring it more in. And now the rest does the ceiling. For the ceiling piece. Actually, we could maybe bring that one in as well. A little bit just to rough it up. That side. That one looks already better. Rotate it like that even. Yes. Yes, that makes it already look 10 times better. Now take something that looks really rough. That one. One should do it a little. We need like 3 different ones. This one, that one could do it. Then we have to put one horizontally. Maybe more interesting from that angle. More like that, yeah. Then we put one. Two. you. Interesting, but being a little bit more creative about this. Does look good. However, only need one here as well. Mm, we need it more like that. Bring it up like that. Yes, that does look good. I just want to bring it more in. That piece should work. We do foliage and stuff at PCG. Yeah, let's group that first. There's this one, and this one, and that one. Once we add the fifth one, we do a little change. That should be enough variation to randomize between. See, maybe we can do something with this. Actually, we're putting like that.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Already does look good, don't I? Yep, perfect. How's the other side look? I'll put you literally like that, and then just break it up a little bit more. Could actually look good. It has potential to work out. Put it like there. You should probably be more there. Yeah. That could work out. I just think that the hide is not what we need. The hide. Those might be better in that line, like that. Mm-hmm. Now that I see it like that, it is too flat. Has to be like that. And then that one has to be like that. Yeah, that one looks a lot better. Still. Mm, it does look better that way. Same goes for here. We have a lot of overhang to the sides, but it's okay. Would be probably be fine. Well, idea, but why not? Why not try? Put this one like that. Could work in most cases, actually. Yeah, could work out. We have to do, of course, the testing. Okay, now that we have those all together, one. I only want straight 0.5 to be below straight 0. I'm gonna do it this way. Oh, that's the reason. Hey, mateys, how you doing, dears? It's looking okay, stream. As usual, more quiet than the gaming streams, but yeah, it's a nice stream. So we're working on cave systems. That's what we are doing here right now. Now I did like 5 iterations of a square big mall cave without the floor, because the floor I will do separate. But what I kind of want to do now is bringing them all together to see if they work how they should. So that one comes right here. Now basically check if there are any gaps where light comes through or something like that. Yeah. So I ran. Oh, that one is part of that, but it's not in the category. To fix that. That spire rock should go there. Yeah, I'm really sorry. You guys had to go through that. It's been a day. It's probably the best way to phrase it for you guys. I saw it. I'm excited for what is coming on your end this day, so definitely, if having the chance, I will raid over to you guys. And that actually does look like it does connect well. I will have to run around with the character first. But it does look quite good. Oh, uh-huh. How are you? Not where you should belong. Where are you? You are... Oh, beautiful from number 1. The one that's still left out for that one. Okay. Be here. Thank you. Yeah, they are just parts. So I will use procedural content generation later on to kind of randomize between them. Bring them all together like this now, that the planes do connect. The rest doesn't really matter. And especially for those with green on top, I have to see that there is no green visible from the inside. That kind of green is okay. That could be moss. But everything that looks like grass, like straight up grass, that would be a problem. If I would see this, for example, from the inside. That would be a problem. Right. Now everything is connected. Testing time. Then from the other side around. Yeah. Probably looks more interesting on this end than the other, but I kind of like a few things. Okay, now yeah, quite straight, and that's a little bit problematic. Here it's kind of good, but you know, the last piece I kind of need to rough it up a little. That one could be good. Because yeah, straight is good, especially because we will put it on the spline mesh, so we will curve it around, but it shouldn't be plain straight. We have to take a few little elements here. Perhaps let's make it, the design look a little bit more interesting. If it's just a little rock like that. That is sticking out that area. Yeah, the rest will come through stalactites and stuff. We will let hang on from the ceiling. As for the floor, what do we do with the floor? Basically, what we have now. All that. I would think of it as the floor being somewhat on the level, but not entirely. Maybe, yeah, more like it is right now. We have to rough that up, but I want ground. I want a ground texture. We then can scatter those kind of assets around and on a smaller scale like that. That run be scattered over the place, but we need a general shape for our our cave ground and should follow that it always can connect to each other. So it always should end up being on that level of height. Mm. Do we have Cinnamon Scandalous? It's just stuff like that. Hey Debbie, how are you doing, dear? And thanks for the iPad. Yeah, that doesn't really. Oh, yeah, waterboarding. Waterboarding is important. I'm doing good. Maybe in the other, maybe in the pure nature one. Oh, that one has. Mm, that one has interesting looking clouds. You have to clarify because doujinshi is not exactly doujinshi. Doujinshi can mean that it is more on the not safe for work side, or it can be just an amateur comic. How bad is an amateur manga? So, okay, so amateur manga. Okay, because people there are so many different um what alterations of outlines of, hey, that's what a doujinshi is. Some people use it as a synonym for hentai mangas, so I have to get you to clarify on that. Mhm. Yeah, any mushrooms that would make sense in the cave, or they all forest mushrooms? Oh, we could. Maybe here and there. Scatter a few of those little mushrooms around. Not those. Definitely not those. How about that? That those are okay, but those here, those more looking like a trumpet, those are forest mushrooms. they will not work in a cave. These ones as well, the tinder ones, tinder fungus. No, those yeah, especially those and maybe the reds. The blue ones not, and they're definitely not the orange ones. That's good to know. Keep that in mind that we have a good looking mushrooms for caves as well. And that we have good looking rocks for those are all good assets for the larger ones later. Um, tomatoes has mushrooms too. I think that one's just double. Yeah, those are more for outside. Okay, never mind. It's the best thing we actually can do. Are actually terrains, but can we make terrains that are that small? Manage. New. I definitely do not want that big. Even one chunk of it would be too much. I want the number of composition to be 1, 1. Okay, that's better. Overall, the section size could be 7, 7. Ooh, yep, we're getting closer. We're getting closer as to where we want to be. Let's see. Almost perfect. Almost. Make it ain't really the smallest. 9. Okay, then fine. We put it on the same height. So let's copy the height from here to there. Then now up there. Now before I do anything, I give it the right material, landscape material. Isn't it? Damn it, what was it called? And that one. Environment, landscape, materials. I'm landscape. Like that one. And put it in here. Yeah, I know. I am. Every little darling. Really cute. Yeah, really, who doesn't? That is actually true. That is actually true. I heard worse. Way worse. Mm, Rocky Road might be good. Be layer. Oh, come on. What does that kind of dirt layer look like? That one is even better. Lovely stuff. Uh-huh. That kind of lovely stuff. Ah, blood for the blood god. That's what I like to call it. Also, always make people look completely flabbergasted, like, what did you just say? What? Why do you call it no, your real rune Warhammer for me? God damn it.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
That's usually the reaction I get from people. Mm, oh, really? Hit the layer? Because of the new wayblending system that is bugged. I forgot. I don't know what came into their minds, but when they did changes to how the paint layer in 5.7 works, and they did not really make it a big notice. So people were completely confused as to why is stuff so weird. And also, why can I not? I have to take that one out here a little. Can I? Should have more control with the scout brush, but why don't I? Let's make it new. Landscape, new. Should work. Aiden. Okay. We're not doing that that way. We we're doing it this way then. Which means we're going into the modeling section. Eh, and we go into the modeling section again. We put down a rect. Funny. Something I wouldn't have thought. Hmm. 100. Ain't 800 is the manage. Sound is probably too less. No, 600 is completely right. Okay, then we go for 50. No, 50. I think that's strong enough resolution for that. copy, paste. And that we delete. Okay. Now we need the form. On displacement. Colonize, yes, but I need a larger size. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it manually with that kind of stuff. I okay. Why the heck is my gizmo not working? Why can I not? Is it about that time again? Save everything. That's annoying. Because that only, for my cases, can, as far as I know, can only be fixed by restarting the engine. It's a kind of little hiccup. To be fair, I had that kind of behavior more with Unity than with, with Unreal Engine. Now we have to wait for everything to load. Shouldn't take too long. Yeah, then we make a little more interesting for looking floor. I think the lattice is probably the best way to design it really quick. Ripping pepperonis. Slay well, my dear. Okay. Engine is back up. We can go to modeling mode. Deform. Add out. Oh no, no! I was restarting the engine. It's way too early. What the fuck? No. Still can't. It simply doesn't let me use the lattice. I say that it does not add. No, cannot. Why is that so dense? It's way too dense. Um, Here I even cannot pick it either. Something is broken. I don't know why. That looks better. I want to build it again. That one looks better. That one keeps. The resolution. I make flaws like that. Now we do a few changes more to it. That is one more down, one more up. A little bit of randomization. It should do for 2. One every time for some reason. Thank you, dear. Thank you. It's very appreciated. Not often an old hack like me gets to hear them. I mean that, Hollow? Hollow the wise wolf? But I agree to most things, but where the heck am I fluffy? I have tentacles. I am smooth, not fluffy. I agree to ancient. Yeah, I don't make it. Why should I make that one? Problem. I mean, it's true. Pretty much. Said I'm ancient. I'm not said. I haven't said that I am ready to die. Wait, that looks already a lot better for flooring. Just have to look into later what actually I take for a texture there. Alright. And enjoy your food. Okay, there are 2 more that I have to do. What is it? And you're playing with your life. My tentacles are not for devouring. Or not for humans to devour. That's how I no. My tentacles are off lemon. Get your takoyaki somewhere else. I say that you don't eat my body parts. That's what I'm saying. I'm not calling you peasant. I'm just saying that my body parts are off lemons for being cooked and eaten. Kids these days not respecting the elders. Mm, well, that could be a problem. Yeah, easy trick if you want to have stuff aligned, make the endings be the same. In this case, make the endings be the same. Kind. It still works here because the last vertex is on a perfect line. That's what we do. Oh, that looks bullshit. Put that one back. Um, Okay. Think that we can. Work because I cannot filter out the edges. How can I? Nope. Then I have to do it this way. Okay. Then press button.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Okay. Rectangle 1 goes in there. Rectangle 2 goes in there. Rectangle 3. Five. Hmm. Put that over here. And now. Oh, no. Alright, alright. Well, that sucks, but it is what it is. I forget that I tend to forget that Unreal Engine is not working exactly like Blender one. I did not make a actual copy of it. It was a reference. So that rectangle here, A flooring A, to use. I prefer using letters and then numbers because if I use numbers, it constantly counts up, even though. Okay, now I need the copy of copy, copy, copy. Wait, one was too much. Okay, floor B, K floor C, K floor D, and K. Take that one. That one. Wait, twice. Why is K floor A untouched? Because this is still rectangle. Oh, but 'There was also something else, I don't know. B, C, D, and E. Now we drag that one out, manipulate that one. What if I put them all down? And then we can edit them one after another. So that's what lazy does. Hmm. Probably would be faster with pollen noises that edge out. And this is kind of relaxing and fun too. On the floor. A little bit too much here. Up and down. Yes. Then do a little bit of all in the valley. Yeah. That should put down. Next one, next patient. Doesn't need much, just needs a little bit more of an alteration. So the ground does not always look the same. Clicking randomly here, pushing and pulling easily. Already does all the trick we need to give that illusion randomness. And it's not quite the even floor. This is still too even on my end. Yeah. This should work, this should work. Want to retouch that one a little. And the same way goes for here. Yep, that should do. So we copy this. Use that one there. Copy the location of this. Done that one. Copy this location of this. That one. We copy the location of that. Copy that one, that one. Okay, now that we do have those. Okay, for floors. Okay, now for those, we need to edit them all because they do not have collision. We need to add some. Collision. Probably fine with the collision like that. Right. Probably not. Let's up the hull count. That looks better, but let's go to 10. The vertex, hull vertex of 20. Oh, bye. No. Of collision. I mean, let's remove cut a box collision. Good. Let's go for the box collision first. Because technically we only need the foot placing to adjust. And that is an entire different collision than this one. This is only the god damn it. Collision, remove collision, misclicked. Box collision. And right now, now we go in here. Jump. The difference is strong enough that to collect that a mere foot placement would not really work anymore because this is already way too deep. Okay, then we need to revisit every single one here. That word. Mm. Mm. What if I go actually with the standard? Let's try. Well, we have nothing to lose if we try. I don't think this one will be enough. We'll see. We will see, but I don't think that this will work. Though it kind of already looks quite good at some. Yeah, that's not detailed enough. And so kinda, I mean, it is good to a point, but I want to soften it. Let me. That would work. That's all. To do that, get that I cannot do it like that. Select all. Like that. Oh, great. hope that that works. My personal feeling. One still needs to be flatter like that. Hmm. That one is still a pro. Like that. Does mean
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
maybe not because of that, but because of looks like it. Alright. To fix that gap. Let's do it. That does work. I don't see a problem here. Okay, the other way around. There's a problem here. of it here as well. And should be enough. Now add in. Of collision. That almost looks perfect now. Now we go here. Move it. Right here. That chaotic shed. This, that's better. This chaotic mess. That's quite chaotic still. We'll have to see how that turns out. D and E might be the ones that are problematic. But we will have to see. We put them here. Mostly good. Loading a little here, but that's not too bad. This is a problem. See what that we definitely have to fix. We can see it more easily. And you need to be more into the ground. And we need to... What's the best thing that we could do? The rocks. And with the spire. That one. Not, but... Because I'm not that big. We need to... Speed first. Rack that out. Make it smaller. I think for what we want to do. Flip it around. Hmm. Yeah, I consider this one. Be part of strike 3. We kind of have to double fix it for it to work. We duplicated, we rotated that direction, we rotated in that direction. That one will be part of. We do actually no, not use that. We use an entirely different one. That one. We use the. That should work. No. Yeah, I will make a naming convention here. So Kate straight 01. Or ceiling. This helps us later tagging it better. So we work naming convention then. That way we can randomize them more once we actually named those. So there's already Ghost Wade Cave too. And that's ceiling. Oh god. I just realized something. Bam. I did not rename it correctly. Wait, one. Those belong together. Those belong together. I would keep the PSG type probably for next time. We go more. We design more. The bigger cave parts. There's like more cave size, then we do something that is double the size for the medium, and one that's even bigger for whatever comes is then the big. But I want the naming to be correct, so okay. Okay, so those are done. Almost. And now I select them all, including our floor. Search for tag. Cause every single one gets the tag K. Every single one gets the resolutions of small. And those get the tag of floor. Left wall. Now we do the same for the right. Right wall. Now a ceiling. If my logic goes the right way. Structure. A straight one. Right, two. Wait a moment. Why do you... Whatever. Straight for... Never, it doesn't do it there, but on the rest it did. Wait a second. Why do you not have right wall? That's why. That's straight 5. Okay, now everything should be tagged. That's stuff that we can then very later on use. Oh, that will be fun. That will be fun. But basically, we have now the thing about 10. Which is that. Um, so this is our one zone. We can reutilize those. Just put that quickly in here. Not title on our toolkit, but it will. It will just display one size in our case. Then we can technically take a big one again. This time we'll also want this ceiling to be much higher. Mm -hmm. No. That one. Small. almost already perfect. Almost. Like that. I can make it a real effort by putting a lot of those down.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
I think, yeah, like that. That work out very well in the end. Get a few more of these. Let's have that one. For the bag. Make that one. Oh, so it's also big. We put that one down. I always forget how giant those things are. Do it differently. We put those away. We put that one also away. Kind of want to take all out of these. Put them all down at once. And now we can scale them all down. This is our toolkit. One, two, three. Okay. That one. That one. That one got a little again. No, not that one. That one looks a little bit awkward, but that one do the trick. Mm. That's starting to look good. A little bit smaller here. Yeah. See if my and then we need of those again. We're gonna start with this one this time. Let's see, what else can we take? We take rock spiral. In position first, and then we scale it down. what lad says. Oh my. Um. Yeah. Okay. That should do. Then that one could work well. Oh, sorry. Probably was loud. Apologize. Mm-hmm. Maybe better that round. That way around. Maybe. Put it like that and I take one more of this. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe I can take this. Turn it around by that. Maybe also around like that and then a little bit of this. Here. No, I don't like that. I don't like it from any side. Okay, no. Something more. When I use your for clump 2, take the 5 one. And just one of these. Flip it around like that. Maybe not. Maybe... that one. That's also not end. I think the best solution for that problem to just do this. I kind of also want to break that one up into multiples. Yeah, that does look more like it, but maybe the other way around, like that. It's better when I start here than make it go that way. Just like this little. Yeah, that's looking good. It's looking way better. Okay. Now we have our floors here. We have everything? No, we don't. We missed actually quite a bunch of stuff. We missed this, then, and then, and the one in between. Those, and Let me put that one out there. That's that floors placeholder. Because basically those floors are generated from those 5 floors randomly. One, two, three, and 4. So we have 5 difference from those at the end, and then we can. I think we can only make the mediums. The large ones. The large ones will have been. They will be. There will be like how many? Basically, each side of a cube. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 here times 3. So we have 24 different things to create for the big one. Minimum. But it will be times 3. So the big one will have. I know. Actually, no. You don't need that many. But I will figure that out at that point. Right now we make medium canes. The ceiling is about that high. I think that one might be a good starting point if we bring him over like that. That's a good beginning. Next one. Take this one for the other side. That's a good start. God damn it, I double click. I don't think we need this one, and this one, but the rest we might be able to use. Like for example, that one. You'll want to use those too. We take that, and then we make it more like that looks more interesting. This looks more interesting. So now we can take this. A little bit larger. A little bit more angled. Now we can do the other wall.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
That should do that. Lean in the inside as well. And now we do the ceiling. How was it already perfect? Almost. Just almost. Mm-hmm. I think that should do with that. Fine. Wait a minute. Those could come in handy this time. Let's see if they do the job correct. Hmm. Maybe. Maybe. I have to see. Yeah, but then only one side. Or maybe angle. We do the angle. Yeah, it looks good. Hmm. Maybe this shelf then. No, that one. It could work out. And with a few stalactites down there, that should be just fine. We might be even able to use it twice. Actually, we might even use it 4 times. Working smart enough, that is. Okay, never mind. It's just not working. Not that that way. 180. And can we make it smaller than that size as well? One, 180. Hmm, yeah, okay, that's not working. But that's working. This and this is working. But how about we utilize a bunch of these? Maybe together with that one. Actually, I think I'm not doing that one. It looked a little bit too depressing. Too depressing of an attempt. I mean. Like a static excuse. It shouldn't be. It's looking more interesting. Not quite where I wanted to go. But it's looking way more interesting than whatever we had before. Um, yeah, that's looking better. Like that though. And should do it. Yeah, okay, that should do it. For that one. This one and this one is way too high. Oh, but and means we can lower those. Yeah. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 2 more to go. And that one. One side might be actually okay with that, but the other, I'd rather keep it like that. With those. Let's try the combination of those. It's kind of like a puzzle. And use the same here. I just put it together like that. Okay, so systems where you work so long on just one thing that you at one point have to take a step back, look at it at fresh eyes at one point. So having a little break later, probably not the bad, not the worst actually. Actually, quite good to have a little bit of distance between and call it a day after a while. Especially you want to need 1 point. Well, actually, not that terrible. Yep. Level design is a little bit more tricky than just putting stuff bunched together and call it. There might be probably more iterations after that. And we're like, okay, that's not quite working out, but it should work for our PCG testing later. Thank you for the waterboarding and headband. I just did the comments then. But from so far, it hasn't looked too bad. We have one more to do. See what we can
Adlings are invading
utilize.
the void for 90 seconds.
Want to utilize that one. And that. I want to utilize that one. That one. That one. That one. That one looks good. Like, oh, that one looks. Let's utilize those. It's actually called Get those away. Be gone, be gone, be gone, be gone, be gone. It's better. We break it out separately. One could be a good start. That one could be actually a really, really good start. Hmm. One is more flatter, so on that end, so we'll take it like that. Bring a little bit randomness in. Angling it a little. You come later. Now this. Almost like how that one looks already. I don't think there's much we need to do. I want to make it a two-parter, so put it in here. A little bit more. Now angle. Yeah, I think that's the best connection we can do without suffering too much there. And let's continue here. The good thing about caves, nobody will know how the outside looks, so stuff like that, completely fine. Nothing to worry about. How about we angle that one in the opposite direction? Oh yeah, that gives a good breakup. Like that. Like that a lot. Okay, now for you. Mm-hmm. And then we have that one and little filler. Little filler could be nice there. Let's look at that though first. Um, that one is almost perfect, but that little one, I will use that twice. I think I will use that twice. One time I will use it inside of here to break that up a little bit more. But for that, make it much smaller. Rotate it by 90 degrees. And put in somewhere over here. A little bit larger too. Yeah, that's the stuff. And as for that, I'll probably use it at and already. Mm-hmm. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Let's do the connection test later. Do we have everything? Yes, okay. That one. Just to make sure we have everything. That's straight 4. Is that already everything? Let's see. Nope. Only 4 and 5. That's what I thought. That's why we do the connection test. So we either add 1, 2 here. Oh, 1, 2 there. I'm voting for 1, 2 there. So copy that one. Rotate it. Rotate it again. That should do the trick. This looks okay. Okay, that one is with it. Okay, good. And this one. And those. And them also together. Of course, we're not testing everything that. Okay, we have a problem there. Mm. You. You will not be my problem solver. One. Exactly is the problem. The problem is there. It's kind of like Tetris a little. At some parts at least. Like that one. Okay, that one should be in 3 though. Right? Oh, sweet. Yep, that works. Then we go back here to that one. You can of course not test every single combination of things. So few things will be a little bit off, but it works here. From the looks of it. You. That one should be. Then this lineup works. It's for that little line here. We have there. How much of pain causes this? If I put it like that. Okay, that does that. Last but not least, those. First off, someone is rated the aim from my tanks. Could be more like that. And that one can probably be more like that. Then we have like two bigger problems. One and I start it by doing that one is quite clear. We just that one there. This one probably here. That one solves that issue. Actually, let's run through it to see if the feeling is the one we can want to get from that. And if we see any other problems while running around from that. This thing is always important. It's actually looking good. As that one specifically there might be one we have to tone down a little. And now we see another problem. It should be a quick fix. This is where this comes in play. If that's a cluster. Let's take that one. Exactly one. There. That should be better. Yeah, then have another walkthrough. I think then we have it. And I think I will just spawn a rectangle and put a noise texture on it. A little bit of a purlin, but a very, very soft purlin. When that goes with the word alignment, if I can do that by PCG, yeah, I should be able to work that by PCG. Word alignment, it's displacement, it should bug. Yeah, for soft. And comes through that. Oil again. Alright, sleep well, my dear. I think this is where we can wrap things up because we have the small ones, we have the medium ones, and then the big ones would be defined by a volume. Volume. Like that little cube there. But because that would be like then do that. Do a handcraft dance. No, I do a volume. And then yeah. Do have a few things like that. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. Thanks for being here. Now let's see who we can work. If they are available already. Let's switch to this side. And let's go to they already. Yes, they are. Alright. Re-raid over to my friends from Mage House. If I can type. They have their big reveal today. They will. Let's send them all the love. They are having a big rebrand in the future, so send them all the love. We see each other tomorrow with Legends of what the Legends of Mana? Was a Wizards of Mana with a Mana title. Hang on, I quickly check it. It's Wizards of Mana, and and yeah, we see each other on the other side, but we're on Mage House side. Send them all the love. Until then, bye.